Good morning. New room due to construction, but this is even more cozy, so we will have a wonderful morning together. The 107th Plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will resume its consideration of agenda item 122, entitled Question of Equitable Representation on and Increase in the Membership of the Security Council and other matters related to the Security Council. Members will recall that pursuant to Decision 79/570 of August 25, 2025, the Assembly continued intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform in informal plenary meetings during the current session. In my letter dated July 22, 2026, I circulated a draft oral decision on this issue as follows. The General Assembly A decides to immediately continue intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform in informal plenary of the General Assembly at its 81st session, as mandated by Assembly Decision 62/557 of September 15, 2008, 63/565B of September 14, 2009, 64/568 of September 13, 2010, 65/554 of September 12, 2011, 66/566 of September 13, 2012, 67/561 of August 29, 2013, 68/557 of September 8, 2014, 69/560 of September 14, 2015, 70/559 of July 27, 2016, 71/553 of 19 July 2017, 72/557 of June 29, 2018, 73/554 of June 25, 2019, 74/569 of August 31, 2020, 75/569 of June 22, 2021, 76/572 of July 12, 2022, 77/559 of June 29, 2023, 78/561 of August 27, 2024, and finally 79/570 of August 25, 2025. Building on the informal meetings held during its 80th session, as reflected in the letter dated June 30, 2026 from the co-chairs, and on the document entitled Revised Co-Chairs Elements Paper on Convergences and Divergences on the Question of Equitable Representation on and Increase in the Membership of the Security Council and Related Matters, circulated on July 1, 2026, Action 39 and 40 of Resolution 79/1 of September 2024, and the positions of and proposals made by member states reflected in the text and its annex circulated on July 31, 2015, to help to inform its future work. B, welcomes the active engagement, initiatives, and intensive efforts of the President of the General Assembly, and noted with appreciation the active role and concrete efforts of the co-chairs undertaken in a consultative manner with a view to an early comprehensive reform of the Security Council. C, welcomes the continued submission and presentation of models during the 80th session. D, encourages the submission of further models and the revision of already presented models by states and groups of states for the structured dialogues with a view to developing a consolidated model in the future based on convergences on the 5 clusters and the models presented by member states. Decides to convene the open-ended working group on the question of equitable representation on and increase in the membership of the Security Council and other matters related to the Security Council during the 81st session of the General Assembly if member states so decide. F also decides to include in the agenda of the 81st session of the General Assembly the item entitled Question of Equitable Representation on and Increase in the Membership of the Security Council and other matters related to the Security Council. We shall now proceed to consider the draft oral decision. I don't see any request for the floor. Therefore, the Assembly will now take action on the draft oral decision. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt the draft oral decision? It is so decided. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote after the vote, as announced in the President's letters dated January 6th and May 20th, 2026, I propose that the time limit for statements in explanation of vote under this item be 5 minutes. Is there any objection? I hear none. It is so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Members are also reminded that explanations of vote should be made by delegations from their seats. As the first speaker, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan on behalf of the group of 4, followed by Italy and India.
Thank you, Madam President. I deliver this statement on behalf of G4, Brazil, Germany, India, and my own country, Japan. As has been repeatedly stated, reforming the Security Council is urgently needed to restore trust in the UN as the center of multilateralism. In this regard, G4 welcomes the submission of the African model in the current session and expresses its appreciation for the coordination of C10. In spite of these significant steps forward, the IGN did not yield any other substantial outcomes during this landmark 80th session and has not met the widespread expectations for Security Council reform for yet another year. While recording the elements paper by the co-chairs reflects their own view of the state of the discussions in the IGN, is issued under their exclusive responsibility and does not bind delegations. The G4 expresses the following 4 specific and serious concerns, among others. First, with regard to categories of membership, it is deeply regrettable the elements paper continues to fail to reflect the undeniable fact that the majority of member states support the expansion in both permanent and non-permanent categories. The G4's count of the number of member states that have explicitly expressed support for the expansion of both categories during this 80th session has reached 119 member states, which is well beyond the majority threshold of 97. Second, contrary to the view of the co-chairs, as Article 23 of the Charter and 80 years of uninterrupted and unchallenged practice clearly show, there exists no ambiguity surrounding a definition of permanence. In this regard, the so-called fixed regional seats cannot be considered as a new category of permanent seats. Promoting a debate on this subject will not move the process forward, but rather create another contentious point, causing additional delay to the start of text-based negotiations. Third, it is misleading to refer to an idea as bridging proposal when it does not account for the views of the majority and has not been officially proposed by any member state or work group. Proposals by facilitators may serve their purpose during the text-based negotiations, not now. Fourth, while the IGN presently has a central role in discussions regarding Security Council reform, its description as an exclusive platform is not rooted in any decision taken by the member states. Madam President, the reformed Security Council must be more legitimate, representative, and effective body capable of addressing the growing perception by the wider public that the Council, a cornerstone of the UN, has been unable to fulfill its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. To truly move the reform process forward, the G4 expects that in the next IGN session, the co-chairs will put all their efforts into the development of a consolidated model with accurate representation of the clear facts mentioned above, and finally, pave the way for text-based negotiations. It is with this sincere hope that G4 approaches the rollover decision. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan on behalf of the group of 4. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy on behalf of the Uniting for Consensus group. We had this also the other day in this room. I think the microphone, they are not really catching the tone. So if you could go quite close to the microphones or use the headphones for all the others. Thank you.
On behalf of the Uniting for Consensus group, I would like to begin by expressing our sincere thanks for your leadership throughout the Security Council reform process during the 80th session. Furthermore, we wish to express our continued gratitude to the co-chairs of the IGN, Ambassador Albanai and Ambassador Gregoire Van Haren, for their dedicated leadership throughout this year's cycle. Their guidance has enabled member states to engage in productive and focused discussions on the 5 clusters and their interconnections, as outlined in the GA decision 62/557. This session marked positive forward movement in the process, including effective structured dialogues on concrete proposals for Security Council reform. The co-chairs updated of the elements paper on convergences and divergences provides a useful reflection of the discussion held during this IGN session, bearing in mind, of course, that said document was transmitted to the member states under their own prerogative and reflects their understanding of the process. As a group advocating for a comprehensive reform, Uniting for Consensus has consistently participated in this process with a proactive, flexible, and constructive mindset, fostering open and inclusive dialogue with all delegations and the negotiating groups. The negotiation process on the Security Council reform remains ongoing, and we look forward to its continuation during the upcoming 81st session of the GA. We believe the shared objective of all member states should be to build consensus for a credible, comprehensive, and effective Security Council reform within the IGN framework in accordance with GA decision 62/557 and resolution 53/30. Our common goal should be to work towards a more accountable, representative, inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, and democratic Security Council, capable of delivering on its mandate to maintain international peace and security, which is critically needed in today's complex global environment. Madam President, in this spirit, the Uniting for Consensus Group supports your oral draft decision, which will facilitate a smooth transition of these crucial negotiations into the 81st session of the GA. Security Council reform is a process driven by member states. We look forward to continued fruitful and productive discussions in the IGN as the only agreed and accepted platform where divergences on the issues within the 5 clusters of reform can be further reduced. The structured dialogue on proposed models of reform advanced, and ultimately, in the spirit of genuine flexibility by all sides, where consensus can be reached on a reformed council that better corresponds to the interest of all member states and is truly representative of the world of the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy on behalf of the Uniting for Consensus group. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India, followed by Nigeria and St. Lucia.
Madam President, I thank you for convening today's meeting. even as India joined the consensus to adopt the draft oral decision for the rollover of IGN on the question of the equitable representation on and increase in the membership of the Security Council to the 81st session, I'd like to make the following brief points. First, the 80th IGN session, like the previous sessions, has not been successful in forging any outcomes or initiatives that could pave the way for implementing real reforms. The cluster debates have largely been a reiteration of known positions of member states and groups. However, the presentation of the African model has been a significant development. India has wholeheartedly welcomed the African model and underlined our support to addressing the historical injustices, particularly through the group's representation in the permanent category. Second, the IGN co-chairs documented the idea of fixed regional seats in the elements paper. India's views on this idea have already been clearly articulated. At its core, this does not meet the expectations of a majority of member states that support expansion in both categories of the Security Council. In practical terms, the idea is an attempted upgrade of the elected category. This squarely reflects the views of a group of member states that advocates the term fixed regional seats is also not an accurate reflection of the parameters linked to the idea. Neither is it fixed, as it is not permanent, nor is it regional, as the elements paper mentions that the member states would serve in their national and not regional capacity. Third, the co-chairs have qualified that the elements paper is a subjective assessment. Member states expect the documents drafted by the co-chairs to be objective to the extent possible. Therefore, contours of the elements paper may also be balanced in nature. Though subjective, the elements paper would feature in the IGN repository alongside national statements and other formally agreed documents. In the current form, the elements paper neither accurately reflects the current state of play in the IGN, nor suitably captures the sentiments of a majority of member states, particularly with regard to expansion in the permanent category. Concerns expressed by member states and groups both during the last IGN meeting as well as through subsequent communications on this score remain unaddressed. Further, these views and concerns do not feature in the IGN repository either, as in the previous sessions. Madam President, in Indian philosophy, it is said that a soul has to go through cycles of births and deaths, making incremental progress each time before attaining liberation. The IGN has been through 17 cycles already. Sadly, however, there is no liberation in sight. How much longer should the world wait? Every session that we spend regurgitating our positions from the comfort of New York, the hope for a fit-for-purpose UN grows weaker in the real world. There is a palpable sense of disappointment among member states and global citizenry regarding the inability of the Security Council to meaningfully intervene in conflicts across the globe. The need for comprehensive UN Security Council reforms cannot be more pronounced and more urgent. It cannot be held hostage by the narrow divisive interests of a select few member states. The path to securing such reforms is clear. Text-based negotiations with clearly defined timelines and milestones. The outcome of such a genuine effort must lead to an expansion in both categories with greater representation of the Global South. India stands fully ready to contribute to this endeavor. It is our sincere hope that the 81st IGN session would mark a new beginning on this count. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria.
Madam President, Nigeria joins consensus on the decision just adopted, rolling over the framework document and the revised co-chairs elements paper as the basis for the 81st session. We do so on the understanding that the two concerns raised by Nigeria on 16th of June remain part of that record. We align ourselves with the statement to be delivered by St. Lucia on behalf of the L69 group. First, on the veto. Convergence number 8, previously described Article 27, paragraph 3 as a particular venue for constraining the veto within the current framework. The text, now rollover, describes it as a binding charter obligations that applies equally to all member states, including council members. Nigeria welcomes this correction and expects it to be retained without further qualification as the 84th session takes up its work. Second, on the fixed regional seat proposal, which we continue to question its propriety at this stage of the process. The text now rollover provides that member states occupying such seats would be eligible for re-election for a specified number of terms or in perpetuity as determined by member states. This begins to speak to the modalities Nigeria and others have flagged as requiring elaboration. It remains, however, a menu of options rather than a settled modality, and the mechanics of selection, review, and renewal that several delegations raised remain open. Madam President, we reiterate that our consensus on the rollover decision should not be read as satisfaction with the balance of the test on 2 points, which Nigeria raised on June 16, neither of which has changed. On categories of membership, the paper continues to describe support for expansion in the permanent and non-permanent categories as the position of a significant number of delegations. The Africa group, the group of 4, the L69 group, the Arab group, and CARICOM, respectively, represent a majority of participants in this process. Nigeria places on record that this description carried forward into the 81st session unchanged, and we will raise it again when substantive work resumes. On the consolidated model, the rollover test still identifies this as a central objective of the next phase without setting out how the 81st session is to get there. 17 years of deliberation, the mandate of action 39 to 41 of the Path for the Future, and the Africa Group's submission of a concrete model leave no basis for another session of open-ended discussion. Nigeria's position remains that the 81st session must open with a structured program for the consolidated model exercise, with the African model as a primary reference for categories of membership and the veto clusters. Madam President, to conclude, let me reiterate that Nigeria has joined consensus today, but we have not done so on the understanding that these two matters are settled. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Lucia on behalf of the L69 group, followed by China and Pakistan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues. Thank you for giving me the floor. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the L69 group, a diverse cross-regional group of developing countries committed to justice and equity in the reform of the Security Council in process and in outcome. We take note of the efforts of the co-chairs during the 80th session and wish to thank them. Madam President, the L69 joins consensus on this decision. We do so in a spirit of continued constructive engagement. Our consensus, however, does not translate as concurrence or agreement with the elements paper, and we wish to place the following points on record in this regard. First, the group notes the inclusion in the elements paper of actions 39 and 40 of resolution 79/1 among the documents informing the future work of the intergovernmental negotiations. The L69 recalls that delegations registered concerns regarding the reference to new cross-regional groupings and the absence of any explicit reference to expansion in both the permanent and non-permanent categories, which remain the majority position of the membership. Our joining consensus today does not constitute a change in our position with regards to the reservations expressed at the time of its adoption. Second, regarding the oral decision, the group notes the retention in paragraph D of the objective of developing a consolidated model based on convergences across the 5 clusters and on the models presented by member states. This is a mandate for the 81st session, not an aspiration to be deferred indefinitely. Work on the consolidated model must commence without delay as the necessary precursor to text-based negotiations. The group stresses that the consolidated model should be based on the models introduced by member states, allowing the membership to finally start negotiations on possible bridging solutions. The group has said this in successive sessions and wishes to underscore today The intergovernmental negotiations require a reliable, substantive basis if they are to make tangible progress and produce real reform. Text-based negotiations provide such basis as the standard practice for all UN negotiations. Third, the concerns transmitted by the group with regards to the elements paper in its statement of 15 June and its follow-up letters to the co-chairs of 26 June and 17th July remain unresolved. We recall in particular our recommendation that A, the support for expansion in both categories be accurately described as that of a majority of member states rather than as significant, consistent with the formal record. B, the fact that the treatment of permanency as a concept open to differing understanding is at variance with the Charter and with the settled practice of 80 years. And C, our request that the characterization of the intergovernmental negotiations as the exclusive member state-led platform be revised as that term appears neither in decision 62/557 nor in any other document agreed by member states. The adoption of this oral decision does not settle these questions, nor does it confer legitimacy to any interpretation of the co-chairs, and the group will continue to pursue them. Fourth, we further note that our concerns as reflected in our letters to the co-chairs do not form part of any official records of the IGN and are not published on any online repository. Conversely, the elements paper is. Therefore, in a spirit of full transparency and proper procedure, we urge the co-chairs to publish the letters issued by different groups and member states on the repository in order to accurately capture the full spectrum of views regarding the elements paper. Finally, on the fixed regional seat proposal, the group reiterates that it was not introduced by any member states or group of states.
I thank the distinguished representative of St. Lucia on behalf of the L69 group. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
President, China welcomes the adoption by the General Assembly by consensus of the oral decision on the technical rollover of the intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform from its current session to the next, under the leadership of PGA Baerbock, and through the joint efforts of the IGN co-chairs, Ambassador Albani, permanent representative of Kuwait, and Ambassador Gugwa van Haren, permanent representative of Netherlands. Member states agreed on the co-chairs element paper and the rollover decision. This ensures the successful completion of the IGN's mandate at this session of the GA and lays the groundwork for the continued negotiations during the next session. China commends the PGA and the co-chairs for their contributions. President, the IGN is the only legitimate platform for discussing Security Council reform. During this year's negotiations, member states engaged in in-depth exchanges and sought common ground on the 5 clusters of Security Council reform, the African reform proposal, and the innovative concept of fixed regional seats proposed by the co-chairs, all of which are of positive significance. Security Council reform concerns the major interests of all member states. It is China's hope that all states will maintain a strategic vision and a long-term perspective, jointly uphold the IGN as the main avenue for negotiations, adhere to the principle of consensus among member states, and continue in-depth exchanges and consensus building at the IGN to ensure that the reform process moves in the only correct direction of enhancing the representation and voice of developing countries and proceeds steadily and sustainably. China stands ready to work with all parties to continuously steer the Security Council reform in a direction that serves the common interests of member states and the healthy development of the UN, and to make positive contributions towards a more just and equitable global governance system. I thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan, followed by the Russian Federation and Haiti.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by Italy on behalf of the Uniting for Consensus group. We thank you, Madam President, for your active role, and we also commend the co-chairs, our colleagues, Ambassador Tariq and Ambassador Lees, for their dedicated and astute stewardship in guiding the IGN process. The reform of the Security Council is no doubt one of the most consequential institutional undertakings before the United Nations. And during this session, member states engaged in constructive discussions across all 5 clusters, identifying areas of convergence and divergence and sustaining the momentum of the reform process. We reiterate that IGN remains the only forum for Security Council reform. General Assembly Resolution 53/30 and Decision 62557 are the foundational pillars of this process, and our work must continue to be firmly anchored in these agreed mandates. These are not procedural formalities, they are the collectively agreed decisions that preserve the integrity, inclusivity, and member state-driven nature of the reform process. As all 5 clusters are intrinsically interlinked, negotiations must continue to be guided by the established principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. Progress can only be measured by our collective ability to narrow differences and build the broadest possible political acceptance among member states. Reform that lacks the confidence of the wider membership cannot provide a durable foundation for a more effective and representative Security Council. Madam President, it is evident that a consolidated model can only emerge from convergence across all 5 interlinked clusters. It is convergence that must lead to consolidation. It cannot be the other way around. This sequencing is fully consistent with the approach reflected in the Pact for the Future. Moreover, there is no linkage between a consolidated model and the text-based negotiations. Clearly, text-based negotiations cannot commence, nor can artificial deadlines be set until meaningful progress and convergence has been achieved across all 5 clusters. That requires flexibility by all sides. Some continue to complain about lack of progress, while at the same time sticking to their decades-old positions. So in that backdrop, we appreciate the efforts of the co-chairs to stimulate fresh thinking and promote bridge building through their proposal of regional fixed-term seats. In our understanding, such seats were never proposed as a permanent category. We also find the notion of seats being held in perpetuity and carrying the same privileges as the current permanent members difficult to reconcile with the principles of sovereign equality, periodic rotation, democratic legitimacy, and accountability. Reform should broaden representation and strengthen inclusivity. It should not replace one form of exclusivity with another. We look forward to further clarification on the co-chair's proposal during the next session. Madam President, Pakistan will continue to participate constructively in the IGN process during the 81st session, fully committed to a comprehensive reform of the Security Council that ensures that reform for all, privilege for none. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, we note the draft oral decision that you put forward to transfer the consideration of the issue of UN Security Council reform to the 81st session of the UN General Assembly. The document is a traditional technical document. The main element of it is the affirmation of support for the format of intergovernmental negotiations, which remains the only platform for discussing all aspects of reform in accordance with UN General Assembly Decision 62/557. In order to continue to work steadily on the IGN, Russia supported the draft as it was presented, but we would like to make a number of important reservations regarding the updated revised co-chairs elements, which is referred to in the draft decision. We understand how difficult and finely coordinated it is for the co-coordinators to update and revise this elements paper on an annual basis. It is supposed to reflect their vision of the convergences and divergences of member states' positions on the various different clusters of reform. We also understand the pressure that is exerted on them, given the attempts of many states to achieve progress in promoting various different parameters, even when they do not reflect the real positions of the participants. However, let us be frank. Trying to satisfy the interests of some states or groups of states in this by presenting the desirable as possible is very dangerous, and it could undermine the intergovernmental negotiations and thus undermine the prospects for turning reform of the Security Council into reality. In particular, we note that this year the co-coordinators included in the revised text a definition of Eastern Europe as an underrepresented region in the Security Council, but this is presented as a unifying position, that is to say, an element that allegedly all of the participants in the IGN agree with. This grossly contradicts the course of the discussions during this session. It is not appropriate for there to be a complementary assessment of the Pact for the Future as well, together with the overwhelming opinion of all delegations. We consistently call for the results and outcome of the reform to be expanding representation of developing countries on the Security Council. We regularly recall that the simultaneous inclusion of developing countries, that is the so-called countries with economies in transition, and particularly those that adhere to the NATO and EU bloc mentalities, will undoubtedly set the UN further back into the colonial past. In order to change the Security Council, we won't be able to change the Security Council if that happens. Western countries will continue to enjoy their numerical advantage, and they will try to rubber stamp decisions that are advantageous to them without taking into account the opinions of other member states. This development of the reform process would lose any sense if that were to happen. Therefore, we are forced to recall that the co-coordinators text is the property of the authors themselves. It is not an objective reflection of the course of the negotiations. We trust that the necessary changes to the document will be made following work during the 81st session so that it can be made balanced. Russia, in turn, stands ready to continue working together with other member states in the interests of preparing a comprehensive reform project that would enjoy significant support from the participants of the IGN. Ideally, that significant decision would subsequently be adopted by consensus. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Haiti on behalf of the Caribbean community, followed by Bahrain on behalf of the Arab group. So far, the last speaker on the list. So if anybody would like to take the floor, please press the button now. Otherwise, we move on to the next part.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. At the outset, CARICOM is pleased to join consensus in the adoption of this decision. We are of the view that reform of the Security Council is one of the most critical processes under the United Nations Peace and Security Pillar, and as such, its continuation into the 81st session is imperative. Madam President, CARICOM takes this opportunity to express our gratitude to the co-chairs of the intergovernmental negotiation, Ambassador Al-Banai of Kuwait and Ambassador Van Haren of the Netherlands. Their efforts over the 80th session to drive this process forward must be acknowledged. And they have shown a demonstrated commitment to finding consensus and exploring innovative approaches to the reform process. We reiterate our thanks to the co-chairs for the presentation of the revised co-chairs elements paper, reflecting the status of discussion within the IGN on both the substantive and procedural issues related to the reform of the Security Council. We welcome the presentation of the American model during this session, which we believe will be a critical contributor toward the development of a consolidated model. As is stated in the element paper, we too believe that the development of a consolidated model is an important objective for the IGN and will provide a concrete basis to guide the next stage of negotiations. CARICOM also joins in supporting the continuation of structured dialogue on models and hits the call in the elements paper for those groups that have already presented models to update and refine them. We are also mindful that divergences remain and encourage the co-chairs to use the 81st session to explore ways of bridging those differences, including through normalization of the IGN's working methods. Madam President, CARICOM reiterates her full commitment to the reform of the Security Council through this intergovernmental process. We join in the calls of the spirit of flexibility on collaboration to be maintained and even further strengthened. While there may still be many areas in which member states have yet to converge, it is clear that there is an overwhelming a shared belief that reform is necessary, urgent, and possible. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Haiti on behalf of the Caribbean community. I now give the floor as the final speaker to Bahrain on behalf of the Arab group.
Madam President, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab group. At the outset, I would like to express my appreciation to you for your efforts in facilitating these negotiations that led to the consensus adoption of this oral decision to continue the work on the IGN during the 81st session of the General Assembly. This also maintains the political momentum that has been achieved over the previous years towards achieving a comprehensive reform of the Security Council. We would also like to express our appreciation to the IGN co-chairs, Ambassador Tariq Al-Banai, the permanent representative of Kuwait, and Ambassador Lies Gregor van Haren, the permanent representative of the Kingdom of Netherlands, for their efforts during the current session in facilitating the negotiations and strengthening dialogue between member states and working in a constructive and consultative manner. The adoption of this oral decision is an important procedural step that guarantees the continuation of the IGN as the sole platform agreed by the General Assembly for negotiations on Security Council reform in cooperation in compliance with 62/557. We see that continuing to build on what has been achieved during the current session, including the discussions on the 5 clusters and the revised elements paper by the co-chairs and the proposed models by regional groups and member states will lead to more convergence and enable the gradual progress towards a more advanced negotiation process that is based on as much convergence as possible among member states. Madam President, the Arab group reiterates its steadfast position that any true and comprehensive reform of the Security Council must reflect the modern geopolitical position and must address imbalances in representation to ensure a permanent Arab presence with the privileges of permanent members if there's an expansion of the Security Council, in addition to adequate Arab representative in non-permanent chairs in a way that reflects adequate balance in the Security Council. We also reiterate the importance to continue negotiations with a spirit of transparency and inclusion, and on the basis of agreeing on everything as a whole to achieve the largest possible consensus among member states and to increase the effectiveness of the Security Council and its ability to undertake its responsibilities in line with the United Nations Charter. Thank you, Madam President.
Shukran. I thank the distinguished representative of Bahrain. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote. After the vote, as many of you, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency Lise Grégoire van Haren, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the United Nations, and His Excellency Tarek Albani, Permanent Representative of Kuwait to the United Nations, who ably and patiently conducted the discussions and complex negotiations on the question of equitable representation on and increase in the membership of the Security Council and other matters related to the Security Council. I'm sure members of the Assembly join me in extending to them our sincere appreciation. May I take it that it is the wish of the General Assembly to conclude its consideration of agenda item 122? It is so decided. I now invite the attention of the Assembly to sub-item B of agenda item 23, entitled South-South Cooperation for Development, to take action on a draft proposal announced in the journal. Members will recall that its second plenary meeting on September 12, 2025, the Assembly decided to allocate sub-item B on agenda item 23 to the second committee. To enable the Assembly to take action expeditiously on the document, may I take it that the Assembly wishes to consider sub-item B of agenda item 23 directly in plenary meeting and proceed immediately to its consideration? I hear no objection. It is so decided. The Assembly will now resume its consideration of sub-item B of agenda item 23 to take action on draft resolution A/80 L90. I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. The present oral statement is made in the context of Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. The present statement has been distributed to member states. The request contained in operative paragraphs 1, 2, 5, and 11 of the draft resolution would constitute an addition to the workload for the Department for General Assembly and Conference Management, the Department for Global Communications, and the Office of Information and Communications Technology in 2028, and entail additional resource requirements, net of staff assessment, totaling $197,400 in 2028. The request contained in operative paragraph 3 of the draft resolution would constitute an addition to the workload for the Department for General Assembly and Conference Management in 2026 and entail additional resource requirements, net of staff assessment, in the amount of $24,500 in 2026. Detailed cost estimates and their underlying assumptions for the requirements are provided in the annex to this statement, which has been distributed to member states. Accordingly, should the Assembly adopt draft resolution A/80/L90, every effort will be made by the Secretariat to meet the requirements for 2026 within its capacity, and there would be no program budget implications for 2026. However, the Secretariat's ability to implement the mandate will depend on the availability of adequate liquidity resources. Additional resource requirements, estimated in the amount of $197,400, net of staff assessment, would be included in the proposed program budget for 2028 under Section 2, General Assembly and Economic and Social Council Affairs and Conference Management, Section 28, Global Communications, and Section 29C, Office of Information and Communications Technology for the consideration of the General Assembly at its 82nd session. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote before the vote, as announced in the President's letter dated 6th January and May 20th, 2026, I propose that the time limit for statements in explanation of vote under this item be 5 minutes. Is there any objection to this proposal? I hear none. It's so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Members are also reminded that explanations of vote should be made by delegations from their seats. As a first speaker, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. The United States will call a vote and will vote no on this resolution. Under President Trump, the United States seeks to return the United Nations to its core purposes with measurable results. Resolutions must be concise and actionable. They should drive outcomes, not just fill calendars. By contrast, instead of facilitating practical, results-oriented technical cooperation, this text serves as a green light for an expensive, fiscally irresponsible, strategically unjustifiable UN exercise. Specifically, this resolution demands yet another massive, high-level summit in 2028, explicitly calling for the attendance of heads of state and government. It mandates an exhaustive preparatory process, forcing the Secretary General to create background notes in 2026 and comprehensive reports in 2028. And to what end? To produce, quote, a concise and action-oriented political declaration, end quote, which will be just another stack of UN boilerplate text that will achieve nothing for the everyday people who we are assembled here to represent. The American taxpayer will not bankroll an endless loop of meetings, multi-stakeholder panels, and parallel tracks designed solely to sustain the UN's unsustainable largesse. This flies in the face of the Assembly's stated and repeated calls for UN reform. The United States also objects to the UN's persistent habit of inserting preferred social agendas into unrelated administrative texts. This resolution instructs the President of the General Assembly to apply, quote, due regard for gender parity, unquote, when drawing up lists of non-governmental participants and civil society groups. The selection of technical experts and civil society participants should be based on merit, capability, and expertise, not on top-down politically motivated quotas. The United States remains the world's premier partner for transparent, high-standard developmental assistance. The United States stands ready to work with any nation committed to UN reform, including the principles outlined in the Trade Over Aid Initiative. We will not sign off on a fiscally unjustifiable, overexpansive, multi-year, bureaucratic roadmap where the only return on investment, respectfully, appears to be a photo op. Developing countries seek sovereign ownership of economic growth and tangible opportunities to prosper through mutually beneficial trade, free markets, and business-led reform. We underscore that the UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding documents that do not create rights or obligations under international law, nor do they change the current state of conventional or customary international law. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have heard the last speaker and the explanation of vote before the vote. I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/80/L90 entitled Modalities for the Intergovernmental Review of the Implementation of the Buenos Aires Outcome Document of the Second High-Level United Nations Conference on South-South Cooperation. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/80/L90, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/80/L90 entitled Modalities for the Intergovernmental Review of the Implementation of the Buenos Aires Outcome Document of the Second High-Level United Nations Conference on South-South Cooperation. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 158. Against 1, abstentions 0. Draft resolution A/80/L90 is adopted. Given that the computer needs some time to update, it's good to have some entertainment in between, also that everybody is awake again. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote after the vote, as announced in the President's letters dated January 6th and May 20th, 2026. So, and we have another update here. So, as we decided already on the speaking times, we can continue with the next speaker. So I give the floor for the explanation of vote after the vote to the distinguished representative of Uruguay on behalf of the group of 77 and China, followed by Turkey, Argentina, and Paraguay.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. The group wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the co-facilitators, His Excellency Mr. Jana Harjova, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Bulgaria, and His Excellency Mr. Lukman Al-Faili, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Iraq, for their able leadership and for the transparent and inclusive manner in which they guided negotiations to a successful conclusion. The group also wishes to recognize the efforts of the group's coordinator for this process, Mr. Arthur Lomonaco Beltrame of Brazil, and to thank him for his steadfast commitment in advancing the group's common positions. Madam President, the group welcomes the adoption of this resolution, which establishes the modalities for a comprehensive, inclusive, and member state-led review of the implementation of the Buenos Aires outcome document. South-South cooperation remains a concrete expression of solidarity among developing countries and an important instrument for advancing sustainable development. It is guided by the principles of respect for national sovereignty, national ownership, and independence, equality, non-conditionality, non-interference in domestic affairs, and mutual benefit. It is voluntary in nature and is not a substitute for, but rather a complement to, North-South cooperation. These foundational principles must continue to guide both the review process and its outcome. The forthcoming review offers an important opportunity to assess progress achieved since the adoption of the outcome document in 2019, identify persistent gaps and emerging challenges, and renew our collective commitment to strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation in support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The review should also reaffirm the central role of the United Nations in promoting and supporting South-South cooperation and strengthen the support provided by the UN Development System, including through the UN Office for South-South cooperation in accordance with relevant General Assembly mandates. Madam President, at a time when developing countries continue to face multiple and interconnected challenges, including financing gaps, debt vulnerabilities, climate change, biodiversity loss, food and energy insecurity, and the widening digital divide, South-South cooperation has never been more relevant. By facilitating the exchange of knowledge, technology, expertise, experiences, and innovative solutions, cooperation among developing countries strengthens resilience and supports nationally determined and country-led development priorities. The group looks forward to a meaningful and action-oriented review that reinforces the principles of the Buenos Aires outcome document, responds to the evolving priorities of developing countries, and mobilizes renewed political momentum for South-South cooperation as an indispensable pillar of international development cooperation. Madam President, the Group of 77 in China remains fully committed to engaging constructively with all member states to ensure that the review delivers an outcome that responds to the priorities and aspirations of developing countries and contributes effectively to the implementation of the 2030 agenda. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Madam President. Turkey strongly supports the participation of NGOs and other stakeholders to the work of the UN, as long as their objectives and activities are in line with the principles and purposes of the Charter of the UN. Yet, we cannot underestimate the fact that some NGOs may engage in activities that run counter to the purposes and principles of the Charter of the UN and engage in politically motivated acts against some member states. As a long-standing member of the NGO committee, we have encountered numerous cases where ECOSOC consultative status and participation in various UN meetings was abused by certain organizations. This leads to unnecessary politicization of discussions, which makes it difficult to achieve constructive dialogue and consensus. We believe that the criteria and principles formulated in ECOSOC Resolution 1996/31 should apply to all NGOs who seek to participate in the conferences and meetings of the UN. Madam President, we believe that participation of NGOs in a UN process should be handled in good faith between concerned member states that may have full information about the activities of the NGOs in question. Under the adopted resolution, however, it is in our view that the General Assembly will be required to take a decision on NGO participation without adequate information. While we support the need for an expedited process for NGOs that do not hold consultative status, we remain concerned that in the absence of adequate information to assess applications, the resulting decision by the General Assembly would be uninformed, effectively rendering the non-objection basis redundant. Therefore, Turkey disassociates itself from subparagraph B of OP 7 of this resolution. I thank you.
I thank the Speaker of Turkey and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Argentina supports this draft in that it indicates that South-South cooperation is a fundamental tool for promoting the exchange of experiences, knowledge, and capacities among developing countries, as well as to strengthen their links and to promote adapted solutions to their respective realities and national priorities, always with respect for national sovereignty. In that regard, and relating to the references to the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, Argentina reaffirms its commitment to the protection of individual rights of all human beings without distinction, in accordance with those obligations that have been explicitly signed up to in the international treaties to which we are a party. And we recall that the 2030 agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals are comprised of legally non-binding aspirations that each state, in the exercise of its sovereignty, has the right to interpret and pursue freely. On that basis, we reserve our national position with regard to those references. Thank you very much.
Thank the representative of Argentina and now give the floor to the representative of Paraguay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We would like to, first of all, reiterate Paraguay's firm commitment to strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation as mechanisms to advance development. Nevertheless, we believe it is necessary to make the following general clarifications. As regards the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, we would like to highlight that paragraph 74 of Resolution 70/1, through which the 2030 Agenda was adopted, reaffirms the voluntary nature of follow-up and review processes for its implementation, which should be carried out in accordance with the normative frameworks and national priorities. Equally, we highlight paragraph 55 of that same resolution, which recognizes the aspirational nature of it, that is to say, the non-legally binding nature of the SDGs, as well as the sovereign liberty of states to decide on incorporating it within their public policies. Consequently, the national government is implementing development plans related to the SDGs in the full exercise of the sovereignty of the Paraguayan state, with unlimited respect for its constitutional principles. Moreover, my delegation would like to recall that for Paraguay, any definition of gender is limited exclusively to the differentiation between women and men, in accordance with its constitution and its legal framework in force. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Paraguay. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after the vote. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency Gergana Karadzhova, Permanent Representative of Bulgaria to the United Nations, and His Excellency Lukman Abdulharim Al-Faili, Permanent Representative of Iraq to the United Nations, who ably and patiently conducted the discussions and complex negotiations in the informal consultations on the draft resolutions. I'm sure members of the Assembly join me in extending to them our sincere appreciation. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration on sub-item B of Agenda Item 23. The Assembly will now resume its consideration of Agenda Item 51, entitled Comprehensive Review of the Whole Question of Peacekeeping Operations in All Their Aspects. The Assembly has before it the report of the Fourth Committee, circulated in document A/80 537/Addendum 1. We shall now proceed to consider the draft resolution contained in the report of the Fourth Committee. This? Keep scrolling. Should read this? No? Please keep scrolling. The Assembly will now take a decision on the draft resolution contained in document A/80/537 Addendum 1, entitled Comprehensive Review of the Whole Question of Peacekeeping Operations in All Their Aspects. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt the draft resolution contained in document A/80/537 Addendum 1? It is so decided. May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of agenda item 51? It is so decided. We open this one now? Yes. The Assembly will now begin its consideration of sub-item B of agenda item 69, entitled Comprehensive Implementation of and Follow-up to the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. The document under this item is listed in the Journal of the United Nations. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/80/L93. I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. The present oral statement is made in the context of Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. The present statement has also been distributed to member states. The requests contained in operative paragraphs 1 and 6 of the draft resolution would constitute an addition to the workload for the Department for General Assembly and Conference Management, the Department for Global Communications, and the Office of Information and Communications Technology in 2026, and entail additional resource requirements, net of staff assessment, totaling $15,000 in 2026. Detailed cost estimates and their underlying assumptions for the requirements are provided in the annex to this statement, which has been distributed to member states. Accordingly, should the General Assembly adopt the draft resolution A/80/L93, every effort will be made by the Secretariat to meet the requirement for 2026 within its capacity, and there would be no program budget implications for 2026. The Secretariat wishes to inform the General Assembly that its ability to implement the mandate will depend on the availability of adequate liquidity resources. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote before the vote, as announced in the President's letters dated January 6 and May 20, 2026, I propose that the time limits for statements in explanation of vote under this item be 5 minutes. Is there any objection to this proposal? I hear none. It is so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds his or her allotted time, the President shall call the Speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Members are also reminded that explanations of vote should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the elimination of discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, age, disability, national origin, and genetic information. The United States also condemns the advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred and other hateful ideologies. That said, we do not act at the expense of our strong support for freedom of opinion and expression. Free speech means protecting all speech, and thus explicitly includes audio speech, as popular speech is rarely subject to restriction. This is a core right protected under the US Constitution, and we will not compromise on it. We need to be clear about what is happening here. This body is attempting to lay the groundwork, allocate resources, and schedule a massive high-level spectacle to celebrate a toxic legacy. The United States will have no part in it. Our reasons for voting against this performative exercise are clear, consistent, and non-negotiable. The original 2001 Durban Conference was not an honest effort to combat racism. It was hijacked and transformed into a vile platform for anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bigotry. The United States will not stand by or provide diplomatic cover for an international framework rooted in institutional prejudice. Furthermore, the Durban Declaration and its follow-up processes explicitly endorse overbroad restrictions on freedom of expression under the guise of preventing intolerance. In America, we don't silence speech we disagree with. We defeat bad ideas with better ones. The freedoms guaranteed by the US Constitution are central to our republic. We will absolutely not support any UN mandate that elevates state censorship or compromises fundamental civil liberties. Consensus for the sake of consensus is not a virtue, and the United States will not accept it. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Thank you, President. Israel reaffirms its commitment to combating racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerance in all their forms, and to promoting equality and dignity for every individual. This is a global challenge that we believe must be confronted with the utmost seriousness. At the same time, the resolution we are going to adopt, outlining the scope, modalities, and format of the 25th anniversary high-level meeting on the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, is yet another brick in building a process that it is in itself and furthermore destructive. The Durban Conference, which took place in 2001, although righteously intended to combat racism, was hijacked by anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic activists, leaving Israel with no choice but to withdraw from a conference which turned openly hostile. Tom Lantis, a Holocaust survivor who led the US delegation to Durban at the time, said that after experiencing the horrors of the Holocaust firsthand, the 2001 Durban Conference was the most sickening display of hate for Jews that he had seen since Nazi Germany. The appalling 2001 conference was not a one-time failure. It became a blueprint for subsequent commemorations. Durban II in 2009 gave former Iranian President Ahmadinejad a platform to call for Israel's destruction, while Durban III in 2011 again promoted division rather than combating racism. Each anniversary has repeated this pattern, culminating the boycott of the 20th anniversary meeting by 38 member states in 2021. The issue is not just what happened outside the halls of the conference, but rather it is embedded in the Durban Declaration and Program of Action itself. While it contains many important elements that Israel is, of course, committed to, such as combating racism, it politicizes that fight. This isolated inclusion of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in the DDPA creates a false perspective, as if the conflict should be viewed through a racial lens. Artificially framing it as such is misleading and enables the demonization and delegitimization of my country. This has been going on for half decades, with the DDPA as the stage for provoking hate rather than providing a basis for progress. Commemorating Durban now, as we are living through an unprecedented surge of anti-Semitism around the world, following the aftermath of October 7th, would only add fuel to this fire. While this resolution is procedural in nature, it lays the groundwork for yet another high-level anti-Israel conference that this process continues to produce. The Durban process is rotten to its core, and any of its follow-up events are the fruit of a poisonous tree. An anti-Semitic hate fest, however noble its original goals, should not be commemorated except as a tragic error never to be repeated. That does not mean we lessen our commitment to fighting racism. It means the opposite. The State of Israel is at the forefront of that fight, which must take place in the proper forum. We urge member states to join us in voting against this resolution and to help build better platforms for progressing in this area. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Israel. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote before the vote. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/80/L93 entitled Scope, Modalities, Format and Organization of the High-Level Meeting of the General Assembly to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. A recorded vote has been requested, and we shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/80/L93, please signify. Those against, abstentions. Oh, the Secretariat will now read out a message.
Thank you, Madam President. We are waiting for the voting to start on the screen. The Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/80/L93 entitled Scope, Modalities, Format and Organization of the High-Level Meeting of the General Assembly to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 142, against 3, abstentions 13. Draft resolution A/80/L93 is adopted. For explanations of vote after the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 5 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of Uruguay on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the G77 and China. Firstly, allow me to express the group's sincere gratitude to Brunei, Darussalam, and Zimbabwe for ably leading this process and finalizing the modalities resolution. The group also extends its appreciation to all delegations that participated in this negotiation and helped to craft this outcome. Multilateralism works because of global participation. Madam President, 25 years ago, the international community committed to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. Member states acknowledged that racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances are universal ills requiring both global and national solutions. It remains apt that after apartheid formally ended in South Africa, the world came together to condemn the underlying causes of this regime. Apartheid, colonialism, and slavery were all rooted in the destructive view that some humans are superior to others. Historical and contemporary forms of racism and xenophobia must continue to be addressed in order to fulfill our commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals. The Group of 77 and China is of the view that this 25th anniversary should enable member states to reaffirm their strong commitment to combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and strengthen global public support for the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. The upcoming high-level meeting offers an important opportunity to reaffirm the milestone achievement of the DDPA, assess gaps in implementation, and accelerate our collective efforts at combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. In this regard, the group would like to emphasize the importance of preserving and strengthening existing DDPA commitments while ensuring that the political declaration does not seek to redefine or redetermine the parameters and goals established in 2001. The Group of 77 and China participated actively in the negotiation on these modalities and is satisfied with the outcome. It is for this reason that the group fully supports this outcome. Finally, the group finds it unfortunate that a vote was called on this matter, and it hopes that all delegations will participate during the negotiations on the political declaration to demonstrate the continued commitment of member states to global solidarity against racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Uruguay and now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Thank you, President. New Zealand has abstained on this resolution as per our long-standing position on texts that relate to the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. Racism in all its forms is abhorrent and unacceptable. New Zealand is fully committed to combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. New Zealand supports dialogue by affirming the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of racial discrimination as the basis for all efforts to combat, prevent, and eradicate racism in all its forms. I thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand and now give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Madam President. This is yet another resolution under which the General Assembly is called upon to have the final decision on the participation of NGOs in UN meetings. As we have stated earlier, we remain concerned that the General Assembly may be required to take such decisions without adequate information regarding the organizations in question, effectively rendering the non-objection procedure redundant. We continue to believe that NGO participation should be guided by the criteria and principles set out in ECOSOC Resolution 1996/31 and handled in good faith, taking due account of the information provided by concerned member states. As such, Turkey disassociates itself from OP5 of this resolution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey and now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, France thanks Zimbabwe and Brunei for their efforts to prepare this draft resolution, establishing the modalities for the high-level meeting on the 25th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action for the 28th of September this year. Voting in favour of this resolution, France wishes to reaffirm its determination to fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance in all of their forms everywhere in the world. France wishes to recall that this common objective of the member states of the United Nations must fully include indissociably the fight against anti-Semitism, which we condemn in all of its manifestations wherever it happens. France will be assuming the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance in 2027. Thank you. I thank the representative of France as the president.
Floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its commitment to the Durban Declaration of Programme of Action. It provides an opportunity for the international community to renew its political will and strengthen efforts towards the full and effective implementation of this important document. Yet, implementation remains the true measure of our collective sincerity. The commitments made so far must be translated into concrete national and international action. Racism continues to take new and dangerous forms. We are deeply concerned by the alarming rise of Islamophobia, which constitutes one of the most pervasive contemporary manifestations of racial and religious intolerance. Equally, the prolonged occupation of Palestine and the systematic discrimination, disposition, and collective punishment inflicted upon the Palestinian people by the Israeli regime represent a stark and ongoing example of racial injustice that cannot be ignored. We also reject the double standards and the growing politicization of human rights. Selective application of principles undermines the credibility of the international human rights system and contradicts the spirit of the Durban Declaration. Iran's position is clear and principled. The Durban Declaration and Programme of Action must be fully upheld without dilution or selective interpretation. We stand firmly against all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. We urge member states to mobilize global public opinion and support in order to revitalize the fight against racism in all its contemporary forms. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote after the vote. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency Hairani Tajuddin, Permanent Representative of Brunei Darussalam to the United Nations, and His Excellency Taunga Mushayavuna, Permanent Representative of Zimbabwe to the United Nations, who ably and patiently conducted the discussions and complex negotiations in the informal consultations on the draft resolution. I am sure members of the Assembly join me in extending to them our sincere appreciation. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of sub-item B of Agenda Item 69. The Assembly will now resume its consideration of Agenda Item 121, entitled Revitalization of the Work of the General Assembly. The Assembly has before it the report of the Second Committee, circulated in document A/80/555, Addendum 1. We shall now proceed to consider the draft decision contained in the report of the Second Committee. The Assembly will now take a decision on the draft decision contained in document A/80/555, Addendum 1, entitled Revitalization of the Work of the Second Committee. Give us just 1 second, please. Okay, thank you for your patience. So may I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt the draft decision contained in document A/80/555 Addendum 1? It is so decided. So this does not exist now? I say this. If it is adopted, there will be no vote, right? So before giving the floor for explanation of decision, as announced in the President's letters dated 6 January and 20 May 2026, I propose that the time limits for statements under this item be 5 minutes. Is there any objection to this proposal? I hear none. It is so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the Speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Members are also reminded that the explanations of decision should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me express the United States' sincere gratitude to the Gambia for its leadership and vision in guiding the Second Committee through a long overdue reckoning. The Chair's willingness to tackle these institutional issues head-on is commendable, and the Bureau has helped steer us to this point. The United States joins consensus today on this decision because we believe in efficiency, accountability, and good stewardship of resources. Trimming the UN's bloated calendar, cutting down on redundant reports, and curbing the endless churn of annual resolutions are necessary common sense steps. This decision is a positive start, but let me be completely clear. This is a starting point, not a finish line, and much more is to be done. By advancing these efforts, the Second Committee is setting the standard. We strongly urge other committees from first to sixth to look to the Second Committee as a leader in revitalization and follow our lead in eliminating institutional waste. While we support these procedural improvements, the United States must formally dissociate from paragraph E of this decision. We do not accept the narrative that the work of the Second Committee exists primarily to serve as an administrative delivery mechanism for the 2030 Agenda or top-down global development targets. This is in no way an endorsement of language that treats central planning frameworks as the benchmark for global progress. True economic development is driven by sovereign responsibility, free market innovation, trade, and rule of law, not by UN agendas. For too long, the UN has drifted away from its core mission, bogged down by a culture that prioritizes process over performance and the paperwork over real-world economic results. The Second Committee has become a factory for zombie resolutions that reflect outdated economic paradigms and risk infringing upon national sovereignty. Business as usual is a luxury this institution can no longer afford. Moving forward, the Second Committee must continue this work and enforce efficiency across four non-negotiable pillars. The first, radical consolidation. We must eliminate thematic silos and eradicate duplicative mandates that belong elsewhere. Technical issues belong in specialized agencies in Rome, Geneva, and Nairobi, not in line-by-line technical rehashes in New York. We must merge more fragmented niche resolutions into lean, high-packed omnibus frameworks and implement strict sunset protocols. Periodicity and ending at the annual machine. Shifting stable thematic items to biannual, triannual, and quadrennial reviews is mandatory. We are here to oversee measurable results, not to subsidize a perpetual drafting machine that values quantity of paperwork over actual impact. Text streamlining and structural limits. We must mandate hard page and word limits, eliminating pages of repetitive preambular recalling paragraphs, and push historical references older than 5 years into a single technical footnote. Mandate discipline and IFI red lines. The United Nations must stop playing shadow regulator and respect the independent governance of the institutional financial institutions like the IMF and World Bank. The United States firmly opposes any UN-led mechanism for debt restructuring or global taxation, and we will reject any attempt by the UN to interfere in sovereign debt negotiations or domestic laws. The United States accepts this resolution as a step in the right direction, but a modern, effective UN requires relentless reform, absolute transparency, and unwavering respect for national sovereignty. We expect this committee to remain at the forefront of UN reform, and we call on every other committee across the General Assembly to look at our work today as the benchmark for real revitalization. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after vote. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of Agenda Item 121. The Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 127, entitled Global Health and Foreign Policy. The documentation under this item is listed in the Journal of the United States. Before proceeding further, I should like to inform members that the Assembly will hold a debate on this item at a later date to be announced. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom to introduce draft amendment A/80/L101. Representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take the floor to present the United Kingdom's amendment A/80/L101 to draft decision A/80/L.96 on the participation of non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, relevant medical organizations, academic institutions, the scientific community, and the private sector in the 2026 high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The UK views the 2026 high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response as an important opportunity to reinforce collective momentum on strengthening global resilience to future pandemics. The safe, meaningful participation of civil society in this discussion is essential, especially at a time when access to multilateral spaces is increasingly restricted and those who hold governments to account face mounting reprisals and hostility. We were glad to see that language on civil society participation was included in the modality resolution of this high-level meeting. However, we remain concerned that the non-objection procedure is increasingly being used as a tool to exclude NGOs on vague or political grounds. While we fully support safeguarding the integrity of the UN system, this cannot come at the expense of including legitimate voices, especially when such decisions are shielded from scrutiny. For these reasons, and to ensure that the high-level meeting hears the full range of actors, the UK wishes to introduce this amendment to reinstitute the full list of stakeholders to the annex of the draft decision as circulated by the President of the General Assembly on 26th June 2026. This list includes 64 organizations from across all regional groups, reflecting the global commitment to pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The agreed modalities clearly states that member states may request reasons for objections and that the final decision rests with the General Assembly. We encourage all delegations to use this mechanism to promote transparency and accountability. We are open to refining the process as we learn, including improving timelines for receiving objections, but we cannot accept a system that allows the arbitrary exclusion of legitimate voices. At a time when the UN is striving to build trust and deliver impact, it is more important now than ever to ensure the meaningful participation of civil society. This is necessary to reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive multilateralism. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. We continue here. We shall now proceed to consider draft decision A/80/L96 and draft amendment A/80/L101. For your information, the draft amendment has closed for e-sponsorship. I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam President. I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft amendment, and in addition to the delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/80/L101: Czechia, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Japan, Malta, Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Switzerland. If any other countries wish to co-sponsor A/80/L101, please signify by pressing the microphone button now. Canada, Luxembourg, Ireland, Bulgaria, Austria, Latvia, Lithuania, and that concludes the list. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Secretariat. Delegations wishing to make a statement in the explanation of vote before the vote of any proposal under this item sorry, are invited to do so now in one intervention. After action on all of them, there will be an opportunity for explanation of vote after the vote of any or all of them. Okay. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft decision A/80/L96 entitled Participation of Non-Governmental Organizations, Civil Society Organizations, Relevant Medical Organizations, Academic Institutions, the scientific community and the private sector in the high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. In accordance with Rule 90 of the Rules of Procedure, the Assembly shall first consider draft amendment A/80/L101. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft amendment A/80/L101, please signify. Those against and abstentions.
Madam President, please bear with us. We are having some technical issues. The Assembly is now voting on draft amendment A/80/L101. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 74. Against, 7. Abstentions, 58. Draft amendment A/80/L101 is adopted. Since draft amendment A/80/L101 is adopted, we shall now proceed to take a decision on draft decision A/80/L96 as amended. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft decision A/80/L96 as amended? It is so decided. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 127. The Assembly will now resume its consideration of sub-item B of agenda item 69, entitled Comprehensive Implementation of and Follow-up to the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action, to hear rights of reply on the item that could not be heard due to a technical issue. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. As announced in the President's letters dated 6 January and 20 May 26, I propose that the time limits for statements in the exercise of the right of reply under this item be limited to 5 minutes for the first intervention and to 3 minutes for the second intervention. Is there any objection to this proposal? I hear none. It is so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the Speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Members are also reminded that statements in the exercise of the right of reply should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, President. I am exercising the right of reply on the statement made after the adoption of the Durban Modalities Resolution. The statement made by the Iranian representative is a clear demonstration on how the agenda is hijacked by an anti-Israel sentiment. That statement should serve as a warning signal to all delegations who are negotiating the political declaration and are devoted to combating racism, to make sure that to differentiate between combating racism and politically motivated attacks on a member state. As I mentioned before, the isolated inclusion of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in the DDPA creates a false perspective, as if the conflict should be viewed through a racial lens. Artificially framing it as such is misleading and enables demonization and delegitimization of my country. This has been going for over 2.5 decades, with the DDPA as the stage for provoking hate rather than provide a basis for progress. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of Israel and now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
President, I take the floor in exercise of the right of reply in response to the statement just delivered by the representative of the Israeli regime. It is entirely predictable that the Israeli regime would attempt to divert attention from the substance of this debate when the systematic discrimination, disposition, and collective punishment of the Palestinian people are mentioned. The regime's reflex is always the same: to attack the messenger rather than address the facts on the ground. Let me be clear: criticizing the prolonged occupation, settlement expansion, and policies of racial domination against the Palestinian people is not anti-Semitism. It is a legitimate and necessary stand against a clear and ongoing form of racial discrimination and related intolerance. Precisely the issues the Durban Declaration was meant to confront. The Israeli regime cannot continue to claim the mantle of victim while perpetuating a horrific system of occupation and discrimination that's been widely documented and condemned. We will not be intimidated into silence. The suffering of the Palestinian people under occupation remains a stark contemporary manifestation of the very racism this event is committed to eradicate. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of sub-item B of Agenda Item 69. Members are reminded that the 103rd Plenary meeting to hear the remaining speakers of the high-level meeting of the Assembly on the midterm review of the new urban agenda under Agenda Item 178 will be resumed immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. Yes. So the 103rd Plenary meeting of the General Assembly is resumed. The Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 178, entitled Follow-up to the Implementation of the New Urban Agenda and Strengthening of the United Nations Human Settlements Programme, UN Habitat, to hear the remaining speakers of the high-level meeting of the Assembly on the midterm review of the new urban agenda. Before giving the floor to the first speaker from my list, I would like to remind delegations that the time limit will be 5 minutes for individual delegations and 7 minutes for statements made on behalf of a group of states, which will be strictly enforced by means of automatic microphone cutoff. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Having said this, I would appeal to all speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to facilitate interpretation into the 6 official languages. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Que pronunció Uruguay en nombre.
The statement delivered by Uruguay on behalf of the G77 in China. Allow me, first of all, to express Peru's gratitude to the President of the General Assembly and to the co-facilitators and to UN Habitat for their leadership in carrying out this important review process. The adoption of the political declaration sent a clear message that the international community maintains its commitment to making progress on the new urban agenda and achieving SDG 11. 10 years on from the adoption of the new urban agenda, we have the opportunity not only to reflect on what has been achieved, but also to renew our collective commitment to building more inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and equitable cities. For Peru, sustainable urban development is inseparable from guaranteeing access to decent housing, to basic services, and to resilient infrastructure, as well as good quality public spaces and comprehensive integrated land planning. These priorities continue to guide our national policies, including the implementation of our national housing and urban planning policy, the Sustainable Urban Development Law, the instruments on sustainable mobility, and legislation aimed at protecting public spaces. Moreover, we continue to strengthen inclusive national dialogue through our National Urban Forum with the support of UN Habitat. Peru welcomes the balanced outcomes reflected in the political declaration, which was adopted on the 16th of July. In particular, we welcome the reaffirmation of all of the principles in the Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development, including the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. This reflects the previously agreed language that was agreed in the new urban agenda itself, and appropriately recognizes that although sustainable urbanization is a shared goal, countries face different realities, capacities, and levels of development. We also welcome the fact that the declaration puts people and human rights at the center of sustainable urban development, in particular, women and girls, as well as persons in a situation of vulnerability. This approach is an essential element for making sure that the implementation of the new urban agenda leaves no one behind. Moreover, we welcome the reaffirmation of the fact that the effective implementation of it requires means of implementation that are adequate, sustainable, predictable, and sustainable, particularly for developing countries. We are pleased to see the continued references to financing, capacity building, technical assistance, technology transfer, international cooperation, and concessional financing that does not generate debt, together with a recognition of the complementary role of South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation, as well as the international financial institutions. Madam President, as we begin the second half of the implementation period of the new urban agenda, ambition needs to go hand in hand with solidarity. Developing countries need more robust partnerships, greater investment, strengthened technical cooperation, and better access to innovation if we want to achieve sustainable urbanization. UN Habitat plays an essential role in providing support for member states through its normative work, its technical assistance, and its operational capacities. Therefore, Peru reiterates its support for the executive director and its support for strengthening this program and the need to make sure that it has predictable and sustainable resources so as to be able to effectively fulfill its mandate. Finally, Peru reaffirms its commitment to keep working with all member states and other stakeholders to accelerate the implementation of the new urban agenda and to make sure that our cities become drivers of sustainable development, social inclusion, and resilience for present and future generations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Peru.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Egypt, through the previous decade, has translated the principles of the new urban agenda into integrated policies and implemented programs which has focused on strategic planning, and investment in both people and places, and enhancing integrity between social and economic, environmental, and urban policies. The initiative, A Dignified Life, is a model for integrated dignified life, as we have improved basic services in more than 4,500 villages. Coverage of potable water has raised to 99% and 70% for sanitation services, which has increased rural and urban linkages and increased development. We reiterate that the experiences we have gained show that it is important to give priority to 5 main tracks. First, enhance the right to adequate housing as the cornerstone for establishing a sustainable urban development with innovative financing by increasing access to climate finance and increasing the work of IFIs, and working also on partnerships between private and public sectors, which enables states, and especially developing states, to access concessional financing and improves access to land and to basic services. Second, enhancing cities' abilities to be resilient facing disasters and climate change by using adaptation and mitigation in urban planning, and investing in resilient infrastructure and nature-based solutions to save lives, livelihoods, and sustain environmental sustainability. Third, the support multi-level governance and enable local governance authorities as a main partnership in implementing the new urban agenda, while working on decentralization and improving local financial administration services to increase accountability and social inclusion. Fourth, investment in innovation and data and digital transformation by working on urban data systems and using artificial intelligence and emerging technologies and geospatial systems in urban design and planning, which improves the efficiency for resource management and contributes to building smarter and more sustainable cities. Fifth, expanding international partnerships and international cooperation, especially South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, building capacities, transfer of technology to allow developing states to implement their national priorities, taking into account different needs and contexts. Ladies and gentlemen, we reiterate that the success of the new urban agenda means that we need to work on integrating different international frameworks, specifically SDGs for the 2030 as part of the 2030 plan and the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, to ensure coherence between all these different frameworks and to achieve sustainable and comprehensive development. Based on our national experience and our hosting of the urban conference, we reiterate on continuing international development and capacity building, especially with African and Arab countries, as part of our belief that sustainable urban development is a collective responsibility based on partnership, integration, and exchange of knowledge. In conclusion, we reiterate our full commitment to continue to harmonize our national policies with the new urban agenda and to work with all partners on accelerating its implementation through the remaining decade leading up to 2036 to build human settlements and cities that are more inclusive and resilient and sustainable. We call on the international community to see this midterm review as a launching pad for collective work based on partnership and innovation and capacity building, so that the new urban agenda is a reality in the lives of people and not just an international framework that we seek to implement. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. Shukran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Qatar has adopted a strategic approach that links urban planning to long-term strategic objectives, which made the implementation of this agenda not just an international commitment, but part of our national framework. This is part of our vision for 2030 to have a balanced and sustainable urban development. We have a number of initiatives and projects, and they are as follows. the National Urban Plan, which was developed as part of our 2030 vision, which directs how we will use the different land and links also the systems for transport and services. We also have a national plan for housing to work on integrated housing projects with easy access to services and linking that to infrastructure, transport systems, while taking into account the different needs of the citizens by providing adequate housing for different groups of the society, integrating urban development with the transport system by having the urban plans in line with the metro, with the Doha metro and other systems, in order to reduce reliance on private vehicles and increase the efficiency of the transport system. Climate change is part of our urban planning. We have a strategy for taking into account the risks of climate change. We are working on transforming the cities into low emission cities in order to reduce our carbon fingerprint and raise the efficiency, the energy efficiency of these different buildings and increase the resilience of infrastructure in facing climate change. We have also been using geospatial systems and data analysis to support decision making and increasing the efficiency of development management. We have been able to translate this into significant projects, including models for reviving cities based on sustainability and maintaining the cultural identity. We also have the Al-Wasail city, which has been designed based on urban development and has been linked to transport systems and shows us moving from traditional planning to planning based on resilience, sustainability, and data. Based on our experience, we emphasize the importance of international cooperation and partnerships and transfer of technology and exchange of knowledge. As part of our second phase, we focus on geospatial governance and expanding investment in smart cities, digital transformation, and increasing cities' resilience. In conclusion, we commit to continue working with all with all international community and partnerships to implement the new urban agenda and to increase the capability of our cities to deal with the future with resilience. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar. Shukran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam President. Zimbabwe welcomes the convening of this high-level meeting as an important opportunity to renew our collective commitment and accelerate the implementation of the new urban agenda during the decade leading to 2036. Excellencies, 10 years after the adoption of the new urban agenda, the imperative before us is clear. We must move beyond commitments and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of our people. Sustainable urbanization is central to poverty eradication, climate resilience, inclusive economic growth, and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 11. The midterm review, together with the outcomes of the World Urban Forum and the High-Level Political Forum, has underscored the need to translate global commitments into affordable housing, reliable basic services, economic opportunities, and safe, inclusive, and resilient settlements. Zimbabwe is experiencing rapid urbanization as national development gathers pace. Guided by Vision 2030 and the Zimbabwe National Human Settlements Policy, the government has placed sustainable and inclusive human settlements at the center of its development agenda. We are regularizing and upgrading informal settlements in situ and expanding access to secure land tenure through the Presidential Title Deeds Program. By strengthening property rights, we are unlocking economic opportunities for households and enabling greater investment in infrastructure and community development. Our housing allocation framework reflects our commitment to social inclusion, reserving 60% of housing opportunities for vulnerable groups, including women, youth, civil servants, Liberation War veterans, and persons with disabilities. Financing remains one of the greatest obstacles to sustainable urban development. Zimbabwe continues to face significant deficits in off-site infrastructure, particularly water, sanitation, and energy systems. Challenges compounded by unilateral coercive measures, which have restricted access to international financing. Notwithstanding these constraints, we have mobilized domestic resources, leveraged public-private partnerships, and secured over $72 million in regional credit facilities to accelerate housing delivery. Climate resilience is equally integral to our urban development strategy. Zimbabwe has established a 3-phase shelter response framework for communities affected by natural disasters and major industrial developments. We have also established the Green Buildings Council and are promoting the transition to renewable energy solutions, including solar energy, to foster greener and more sustainable urban ecosystems. Madam President, as we look towards 2036, sustainable urbanization will require stronger alignment between the new urban agenda, the 2030 agenda, and the emerging post-2030 development framework. It will also require scaled-up investment, strengthened partnerships, and enhanced international cooperation. Zimbabwe remains committed to working with all partners to build inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities and human settlements that leave no one behind. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Zimbabwe and now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's a great pleasure for my delegation to see you leading today's session. We are grateful for the convening of this high-level meeting, and we welcome the political declaration on the midterm review of the new urban agenda. Its approval reaffirms the international community's commitment to the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 11. Cuba reaffirms its determination to make progress on achieving the new urban agenda and on building societies and human settlements that are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable as an essential condition for sustainable development. We have a state plan for its implementation, a national urban policy, a national scheme of land organization, and a legal framework that steers the balanced management of the land, strengthens our urban planning, and promotes the sustainable land use. All Cuban municipalities have urban plans, and they structure their they coordinate their plans with the new urban agenda. We continue to promote plans for the construction of housing, the transformation of neighborhoods, disaster risk reduction, adaptation to climate change through the implementation of the living undertaking, and also renewable energy sources to strengthen the resilience of our cities and communities. We have done this in spite of the increased blockade and the energy siege. The difficulties we face in acquiring fuel, producing construction materials, repairing energy infrastructure, or gaining access to technologies are directly impacting housing programs, urban rehabilitation, public transport, the supply of water, the provision of basic services, and the capacity of our cities to move towards more resilient and sustainable models. Despite these circumstances, Cuba continues to prioritize cooperation and the reconstruction of housing that has been affected by a weather phenomenon, the transformation of settlements, community participation, and capacity building within local governments. In some of these projects, we enjoy long-standing cooperation with the agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations, and we are grateful for that. We will continue to work to make the new urban agenda a reality. We are convinced that it is only through strong and strengthened multilateralism, international solidarity, and full respect for the right to development that we will be able to keep our shared promise of leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank the representative of Cuba. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Senhora Presidenta, India welcomes the convening of this high-level meeting at the midpoint of implementation of the new urban agenda. We look forward to the adoption of a concise, action-oriented, and we are indeed happy that this has happened. The political declaration which renews our collective commitment to sustainable urbanization and provides practical guidance for accelerating implementation over the coming decade. Urbanization represents one of the defining development transformations of our time. As home to over 500 million urban residents today, with over 400 million more expected by 2050, India views sustainable cities as indispensable to realizing our vision of a Vikasit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047, which is the 100th anniversary of our independence. Our experience demonstrates that cities are not merely centers of habitation, they are engines of economic growth, employment, innovation, and social transformation. India has pursued an integrated approach to urban development through flagship initiatives, including the Prime Minister's Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, the Amrut, the Smart Cities Mission, and the Swachh Bharat Mission, the National Urban Digital Mission, and the PM Swanidhi. These initiatives have expanded access to affordable housing, water and sanitation, strengthened urban infrastructure, empowered livelihoods, and leveraged digital technologies to improve governance and public service delivery. Housing remains the foundation of inclusive urban development. A home is more than physical shelter. It provides dignity, security, and access to essential services. Equally important is strengthening climate resilience through sustainable mobility, resource-efficient infrastructure, disaster preparedness, and environmentally responsible urban planning, guided by initiatives such as Mission Life. Looking ahead, implementation of the new urban agenda must be supported by adequate and predictable means of implementation, including finance, technology transfer and capacity building, digital public infrastructure, data-driven governance, and responsible use of AI can significantly improve planning and service delivery while ensuring that no one is left behind. India welcomes the political declaration that has reaffirmed the principles of national ownership, partnerships, and international cooperation while remaining implementation focused and responsive to the realities of rapidly urbanizing developing countries. Together, we can accelerate progress towards sustainable, resilient, and inclusive cities for all. Thank you, Madam.
I thank the distinguished representative of India and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, since the adoption of the new urban agenda in 2016, Namibia has continued to pursue sustainable urban development as an integral component of our national development priorities. As one of our most urbanized countries in Africa, we recognized both the opportunities and challenges that rapid urbanization presents. Our efforts are focused on expanding access to affordable housing, strengthening local governance, improving basic services, and promoting inclusive and resilient human settlements. While notable progress has been achieved globally, significant gaps remain, particularly in addressing housing shortages, informal settlements, financing constraints, climate vulnerability, and growing urban inequalities. The findings of the midterm review underscore the need for accelerated action, stronger partnerships, and increased investment in sustainable urban development. The PAC's emphasis on sustainable development, resilience, financing for development, climate action, digital cooperation, and stronger multilateralism enforces the need to replace cities and local governments at the center of implementation efforts. Achieving the ambitions of both the PAC for the future and the new urban agenda will require inclusive governance, innovative financing mechanisms, and strengthened international cooperation to ensure that no city, community, or country is left behind.